Hello everyone. We are back. Oh, I just got 2 achievements. What were those? Oh, I can't even see. Oh, here we go. Oh, it was my arrow ones, so the ones I actually did. Nice. This trial of Anubis really needs to leave me alone.
Tenatem. Quiabet aures audiens.
This area is off limits.
Quid sentiam in corpore, edilos. Hey, Uridinia.
I don't remember how to do things.
Anetto. Non lite ivi. State. Conquiesco. Unde veneruste ex confute. Cetideum.
I was just trying to get to this thing. Leave me alone. Ow! Screw off. Oh my god. There are consequences to your actions.
Whoa. Yeah.
I'm back.
Whoa.
So we're after I climb this thing. I wish the sun would show. I joined randomly, like, I think it was like a few months ago, to try and do this achievement, where I have to climb this thing at noon, like in-game, but it's always cloudy in this game, or this area. Like, always cloudy. But anyway. There's a mission here. And there's one back in the main world of, I assume it's the guy that was, trying to lead the cats out of the city. I think it's him. If it's not him, then I'm not sure who it is. But it appeared in where he went, I think? Oh, this is Rada. I don't want to help Rada. I think he's over here. He's over here somewhere, I think. So, we're going to Cyrene. There he is. Because I noticed that I didn't get the achievement for 100%ing the map. And I was trying to figure out why. And I guess it was because of that. We'll probably try and finish the Hippodrome after. And then we'll go on the tour. Oh yeah, I need to do this. But I need to find more thingies. I'm sure it only gives me a weapon of some sort. But I will try to go find some. We'll go through like each area and see if I can find more little yellow, whatever they're called. Oh, it is Cat Guy. I think.
I have my hands full with the magistrate Leander.
Oh, I guess not.
I know he's corrupt, but his ties to Flavius put him above the law.
Then let us sever those ties.
Easier said than done. He's either threatened or bribed anyone who would stand against him. Simonides could help us if he wasn't such a drunkard. He was at Leander's villa last night and hasn't returned home.
I could look for him.
Excellent. Then I'll petition the other magistrates. Try the tavern or the brothel southwest of the arena for our wayward friend. We'll meet back at my house. It's the only one with a large terrace on the main street.
The Craftsman District. Sounds fun. Alright. Let's head there. Soon in. Tell me where. Still fighting me. Forever and always. Found him.
Oh.
I'm placing Betsy's dead. Oh, nope, not dead. Very drunk, though. Hungover, maybe. Hello.
Are you Simonides?
Ow, my head, why are you shouting?
I'm not.
Diocles sent me to find you.
Tell him I'm dead.
We need your help. With Leander.
That demon is the one responsible for my befuddled mind and evacuating bowels. I'm sure someone spiked my wine.
I'm sorry, but I have to take you with me.
Bacchus and his nymphs be buggered. You, sir, are a fury, sent to punish me. If I expire on the way, it's on your head.
Oh my god.
What is your name, torturer?
Bayek.
Egyptian?
Yes. Diocles said you met with Leander last night.
A party at his villa. Everything was flowing. Wine, women, boys.
Sounds
Fun?
Iphthos lost his toga.
fun.
Fun? Who? A mission. On a mission.
Did you find anything?
Sir?
Simonides? Are you alright?
No. Curse you, son of Ra.
Sir? Sir, are you okay?
Ο καλός, έβγε! Όχι, της Μέιζωνος Αφροσύνης.
Βακχευμένον έσχεται.
Ηλικιώτισαν.
I have to figure out how to get him up here. How is it that I always find the weird people?
Τι πλέον μέλους η οράν. Άνθρωποι νου να
Let me
πολλές.
eat this guy.
Here, Mother Goddess. Simonides, are you drunk?
No, hungover. There.
I won't ask where you found him, Bayek.
On the street, some fool moved the brothel.
Did you find anything at Leander's villa?
Papers, records of bribes, treasury theft. His guards caught me before I could take them. I convinced them I was simply inebriated.
A stretch, indeed, Simonides.
So the evidence is there. I just need to take it.
We would be forever in your debt. But why would you risk your life to help us?
Because
Because
why
those
not?
who abuse their power should be removed, and the people freed from oppression, Egyptian or Greek.
Ah, well said. Our friend Bayek reminds me of Cicero.
The villa is east of here, surrounded by vineyards. We will gather the other magistrates at the Temple of Apollo. Find us there when you secure the evidence. Fortuna smile on you, my friend.
God, I've been playing way too many games where it's just the character just standing there. So, like, mouths don't move or anything. So, his mouth moving kind of freaked me out there for a second. Here. Tell me, Sunan, where is it? That reminds me, while we were loading, I was checking my phone to make sure that it posted to tell that I am streaming today. I assume it does.
I must be careful now.
But the brightness was set, like, really low. And that reminded me of this morning. I woke up, and remembered that I had been talking to one of my friends at, last night. But I had, I guess, fallen asleep because I woke up with my phone next to me. Usually it's on the counter next to me, but it was like next to me on the pillow. And I'm like, oh God. Gods above, I have abandoned my friend. I'm always so exhausted. For no reason. I don't think it's exhaustion. I don't know what it is. Anyway.
Bribery, expensive parties, and missing money from the treasury. This is the evidence that Leander is corrupt. But what is this about Diocles? A coup. I should warn Diocles. He could be in danger.
Anyway. So, I hadn't set my phone, like, down in brightness. So I literally flick on my phone and nearly blind myself with brightness this morning. It was quite an experience of waking up at like 2 in the morning, realizing you have abandoned your friend, flicking on your phone to make sure he's okay, and then being blinded by the light. One experience.
Ο ή βακχευμένον ουν έσχεται.
What else has happened? What, this one little circle is yours? Screw off. Who gave you permission? Anyway.
Whoa.
What else have I done? Besides failing at cooking rice. I wouldn't call it failing. I'd call it more, what would we call it? Just kind of having the water overflow. I call that failing, but I don't know what you call it, like, actually. I'm not very good at cooking. I try.
Leander wants us to keep an eye on Diocles.
I think we've talked about how I can't even cook jello or make jello. Because no matter what I do, it always crystallizes. It changes into that texture, like when you leave Play-Doh out for like a year.
How long do we have to
and
wait?
it becomes a crystal. There we go.
Bayek will find the evidence. You don't know.
Diocles! It's a trap! Leander's attempting a coup!
So, here you all are, plotting against me.
You will answer to the people, Leander.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm just gonna do a hex murder.
Hey!
Hey!
You saved my life, my friend.
Praxilla would not have forgiven me if I had let you fall at Leander's hand.
Why would he do this? Was his lust for power so consuming that he would commit murder?
I've seen men do worse for less.
We are only alive thanks to you, Bayek. Cyrene deserved better than him at her helm.
I know you will lead them well, Diocles.
Whoa!
I wonder how
Whoa.
Diocles is faring.
Oh. I'll go see them.
Oi, it is me.
But anyway. What else have I attempted to cook? Not lately, but like in general. I attempted cinnamon rolls. When I say cinnamon rolls, I usually mean the American ones. Where it's literally just dough, sugar, and cinnamon. And then it's absolutely drowned in glaze, which disgusts most people, because life...
I'm no actor, Simonides.
And I'm no playwright, but in vino veritas, Diocles.
But in wine there is truth.
Bayek, my friend, we were just talking about you.
Ah, should I be worried?
No, no. Simonides wants me to play myself in a comedy he's written about Leander. The laudable triumph of the luminaries of Cyrene.
Why?
Ah, catchy title.
He'd be the first to admit it's drivel. But we're hoping a festival will restore some goodwill. To that end, I have one last favor to ask.
No acting required.
Leander's villa should return back to the people. But without the deed, that's impossible. The Romans won't let us search Leander's office at the Acropolis.
They will let me. I will find it.
I have to go find a deed now. Fantastic. Where is it? A rare bow. But yeah, he let me make cinnamon rolls at work. And they were all horrible, horrible shapes. It looked like some Cthulhu monster for like half of them when they started cooking. I don't know how this happened. I just can't. I'm apparently very good at making coffee, though. So I've been told.
Πάπα, παιδίαν, τίουν γέγονε.
Whoa.
Απά, παιδίαν, τίουν γέγονε.
Ο θηρίου εδόδη μου παραγίγνεστε τάχα.
What? Where is this? This is behind everything. Hold on. I'll be right back, guys. I am back. Oh! Nevia's got the bread machine. Make sure to read the instructions carefully. You don't want to screw it up. Very important.
Whoa.
Κεραυνέον δια, τίον τούτο εστι.
Anyway. Why was I away? There was a cat at my door. I opened the door. Cat stares at me.
Whoa.
And I'm all like, cat, do you want in here or not? And they stare at me. And I'm like, okay, fine. So I slowly close the door. And cat still stares at me. So cat is still probably staring at the
Και
door.
κρίνα αυτόν φωνή σας δεν βούλετε.
Τι συμβανέστη.
But back to the coffee thing. Apparently I'm really good at making coffee. Unsure as to if that's a good thing or not, but yeah. There. Oh, they weren't even hostile. My bad.
They will attack on sight here.
I've been contemplating, Ray told me that, I can put sound alerts, or when you guys talk for bits, I can make something that like talks for you guys. Say like a bird on my head, and it just talks as you guys. I thought about it a lot. Server says it's a bad idea. Oh, what the heck just happened? Because people will say stupid things and then get me in
Where
trouble.
better to find the deed but hidden quarters?
But I don't know. Maybe if I don't allow certain words, maybe it will
The
happen.
Villa papers. Diocles will be happy. He can usher in a new era now.
I don't know.
Thirion emenin se. Ite.
Άλογος πράξης, αλόγου ανθρώπου.
Oh, παραχειρίαν τρίχανε σου.
Alright. Here you go.
The deed is yours, Diocles.
The people had lost faith in us magistrates. This will restore a lot of it.
Yay!
You will win hearts and minds, Diocles, with actions.
Vitruvius is a friend of yours, yes? A visiting merchant said he saw him on the road near the citadel, and he appeared to be in trouble.
That architect is a good man.
I've heard his public works have revitalized South Cyrenaica. I would love to meet him in person.
Perhaps we can meet at the Oracle of Apollo. I will check on Vitruvius, that rare Roman dreamer.
Ο γίγνος και τι πρότειν.
I hope he's okay. Oh, Jesus. All right. Oops. I'm okay.
Numes Neo Jedian?
I'll find this nerd.
Whoa.
Are you dead?
Yeah.
Hi.
Whoa. Vitruvius, Diocles told me you were attacked.
On my way to the citadel, some accursed marauders took my manuscript, my life's work, the architecture.
These are dangerous times, but I would not take bandits for scholars.
I dread to think what they'll do with it. Certainly not appreciate the function and form of the modern approach to architecture.
Then I will get it back before they use it for kindling, or worse.
Bean!
All right. They're just
Whoa.
up there. That's fine. So what kind of bread are you gonna make, Nevia? Can you make banana bread in that thing? love banana bread. I had zucchini bread once. That was weird. It was good though. Excuse me, goat.
The guards here are vigilant.
Right in the head. Oh, I took it. Oh, I missed. Nailed it.
Vitruvius's book, saved for posterity. Knowledge in the wrong hands is a sad waste.
It really is.
Whoa.
Where's some weird breads I've had? Let's see. I've had... Have I tried unicorn bread? I don't remember. I've seen it, but I've never actually tasted it. Not that I really want to. Unicorn bread is just butter and sprinkles. I had rainbow bread once, but that was just dye. I used to eat it when I was a kid. It was just dye and bread. They'd make it into like a rainbow color. So when you like cut it, you get every single color. It was pretty cool. What else? Monkey bread. I quite like monkey bread. I'm not sure what it is. It's just like this weird pull apart sticky bread.
Whoa.
You found it! Praise Jupiter!
Praise
They were
Jupiter.
sad to lose it.
I'm sure they had already started using it to improve their rat trap. Thank you, my friend. I will dedicate a chapter to you.
I am honored. Actually, my friend Diocles is very interested in reading it. I said we would meet him at the Oracle Shrine.
A capital idea.
I have someone I need to see, and I will join you. I should go and see Praxilla, because she should be at this meeting of the great minds of Cyrene.
Let's go see her. Where is she?
Oi! Vakjevmeno, nu
Praxilla, where are you?
Oi.
Hello.
Bayek, I did not think I would see you again. But I heard Flavius is no more.
It was a day I had long wished for. But how has it been in Balagrae?
The Romans are cooperating more now that Melita is gone.
We will see about that. And your friend, Krios?
I am teaching him the healing arts. But I sent him out a day ago to the East Hills to gather herbs, and he has not returned.
Oh my god, why does
I was
everyone
just
need
about
me?
to go look for him.
I will find him if you will go to the Oracle Shrine. There's a friend there that would like to see you.
Is it... No, I will not dare to hope.
I will join you when I find Krios.
Why do
I'm
I
so
always-
happy you are safe, Mother.
Why do I have to find everyone for everyone? Like, Jesus Christ. Senu, tell me. Is he being eaten by goats? What's going on up here? Did a mountain lion get him? Hi. What you doing up there? Help? Ah, there's help. There. Will you come down now? Oh, nope. Not yet. Now you're good. Hi.
You! Oh, you saved me before. I thought you were a dream. Oh, you are a friend of Praxilas.
You are making a habit of getting into trouble.
Yes! The plant reveals what is in the seed. I will take more care in future. Oh, thank you, Protector.
Okay. Stop getting in trouble. Oracle Shrine. I probably shouldn't be teleporting everywhere, but whatever.
της αγαθότης, χαίρετε. Oh.
Yes, yes, Diocles. I understand your argument.
You have brought us all together, Bayek.
I have.
Cyrene's triumvirate, heralds of a new peace for this outpost of Rome.
Each thinks his own horizon is the limit of the world, but through you, we have found a greater purpose.
And Praxila and I are to be married.
Diocles, I have not said yes yet.
Wow.
If you have a garden and a library, you have everything you need. But now a toast.
To Bayek and Cyrene.
To peace and order.
To love and weddings.
Vade in pace, Cyrenaica.
So you will come back to Balagrae with me?
If that is where you want to build our home.
You could do a lot of good there.
You already have, dear heart.
That's sweet. I need to find, gold dust or whatever they call it. I could give a try out here, then try Skekmek. I can also try maybe this one. I don't think that's a thingy though. It's probably this one? Yeah, this one. Let's try this one. I'm looking for the dust or whatever. So we're gonna hop in there and see if I can find any. I think I need like 6 or 5 of them. And then I can activate that final mechanism. I'm worried that I'll have to like New Game Plus to open it. I really don't want to do that. Oops, wrong button.
Whoa.
Come on. Yeah, we're going the right way.
You there!
I think.
Stop!
No. Stop right there, criminal.
Get out of the way!
What are you doing? Halt! Stay there, you!
I feel like this horse doesn't know directions.
Whoa. Yeah.
Oh, don't be difficult.
Whoa.
How do I get in here? I'm gonna say there's a cave or something. Uh-oh. Yeah, there it is. Oh god, I always find the back entrance. It's so annoying. That was weird. The world just turned orange there for a second. I want to put back on my other bow. What was it? I think it's that one? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it was that one. Whoop-de-doo! Come on.
I should not be seen in this area. Wait a minute!
You are dead!
Just go beat this man to death with that torch. There.
You bloody!
Can't stop me.
Hey, I didn't dream it.
Oh, there's one. How much do I have? Uh, 44, so I need 6. This one didn't have much in it. Okay. Let's see if I can find another one. Ancient tablet. I remember there being one that's underwater. And I feel like that's the one that will probably give me what I need. Problem being is I don't remember where any of these things are. My photos, hide photos. Oh, since we're so close to whatever, let's finish here at least. I think I have like 3 more arenas. Apparently it's 4, but that's fine.
Fresh blood for the thirsty blade!
Ooh, I have an axe this time. Let's go.
The arena claims another fight.
And a swing!
For our animals.
And I swing!
Tibi ave! Ibi manere!
Woo! Let's go. Come here, you.
Another gladiator falls! Sobek will feast! The fight is not over yet! More arrive! Can you feel the blood rising? Our hearts have a new champion!
Just swing it.
The Siwan is fighting for more than survival.
And swing.
No fighters eager for blood.
And swing.
Another sacrifice to the greatest spectacle in Egypt. The gods will be happy.
Right in the dick.
Victory after victory after victory! More provocateurs!
Et mortuis sunt! Siste, confute!
Can you feel the blood rising? Our hearts have a new champion!
Ah! Rude.
Finish!
Ah! Amazing.
The arena claims another life. More bones for our animals. Can the Siwan survive a new wave of fighters? The Siwan is fighting for more than survival.
Get out of here.
Another gladiator falls. Sobek will feast.
Ah, screw you.
Sentiam incorpore et illos.
Stop it.
Another sacrifice to the greatest spectacle in Egypt. The gods will be happy. More gladiators enter our sandy blood ring. The Medjay cowers, afraid. The arena claims another life. More bones for our animals.
Got him.
Victory for the Siwan!
We almost get to fight him. Have I fought him before? I think I did once.
Here comes another wave of combatants! Gladius meus tibi! Another gladiator falls! Sobek will feast!
State! Et io silut!
The Siwan one is fighting for more than survival.
Ah. Come on.
Why is this gladiator running in circles?
To try and hit this guy.
Another sacrifice to the greatest spectacle in Egypt. The gods will be happy. More foes step into the arena. Can you feel the blood rising? Our hearts have a new champion. More gladiators enter our sandy blood ring.
Yo, what's up?
Another gladiator falls. Sobek will feast.
Nailed it. Last one.
The Magi connects!
Oh, he's got one of those, thingies.
More food for the gods!
That's the old-fashioned, thing to keep us, from being bad. We have a modern version of them now that we kind of use instead of stun guns in some places.
For the C1!
This guy's kind of a punk.
Not bad, but not enough!
Can you feel the blood rising? Our hearts have a new champion!
Murder him with his own weapon!
The C1 stands victorious!
Alright, what are these places called? Ancient mechanisms. So I know there's one in the desert. While we go here, I'm going to Google where I can find some. Because it's going to be quite a ride there. Because there aren't any teleports out in the desert. At least I don't think there are. Yeah, no. That was the closest teleport. Jeez. That's still so far.
Whoa.
And of course, Horse does not want to. Assassin's Creed. Origins. Where?
Whoa.
Hold on. Why am I going this way? What are these things called? Silica. Where to find silica? It just keep looking in tombs. Which is kind of annoying. So we might skip that one.
Whoa.
If I can't find some here, we'll just skip it and move on. God, why is it so complicated to get out here?
Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Hey.
We'll fight Sobek while we're out there. Though they really want me to fight Anubis. Hey Nevia, are you here? I hope so. Putting on clothes to leave to get the bread machine. Oh. I thought you had already done that. It was like a half an hour ago.
Whoa.
It's a 30-minute drive one way there.
Whoa.
Die, stupid snake. Well, I found one. Let's keep going down. Shush, you're fine. Nope.
Whoa.
Stupid snake. Can we climb this? No. How do I get in there? I'm not sure about that one. Some up there. I think we almost have enough. 3 more. Two more. Where's that ping? least I didn't jump off. Ping ping? Where's this ping ping? Up there.
The wind rises, and the sound with it.
Let's see. I literally need
Sandstorm
more
coming.
yellow. I'm gonna check the pyramid near the thing, but right now we're gonna go fight Sobek. Actually, where's let's go fight him. Alright, good luck, Nevia. Let me know what you make with it. Be safe and junk. Alright, let's make sure I'm using the right weapon. On fire, no. I want health on hit.
Tincture of cinnabar from Hispania.
Damn slut, what are you playing at?
Penachte! Here to
Hey!
You are dead!
There we go. Imagine you're just getting beaten up on the side of the road, and all of a sudden this humanoid bird comes flying by with a sword and just the guy's head straight off. God. Alright, you stay here. Don't do anything stupid while I'm gone. We're gonna fight Amun. Fight me. Rawr. It's a bit butthurt that I'm winning. Okay, fine. Ooh, that's quite a bit of people. Come on. Coming through. Doggos aren't real. Coming through. Oops, missed that one. Oh, actual doggos. Stop it. Got him. Oops. I find it weird that these hyenas, when they come towards me, they sound just like horses. Oh, he's breaking. I did it! Where's that temple? Let's try this one. And then I'll try this one and this one to see if I can find the last two pieces that I need, the last two little gold thingies.
Game Anju. Hanachero. Hamhametui.
I think I just killed 2 or 3 of them.
Oh.
Stupid dog. Alright, how do I get into this one? There. I didn't even know that was an attack. What was that? It's just hold R1. There's shiny up here. Yep, one more. We can do it. Okay, where's the entrance to this one? What now? God. I'm just looking at them and exploding them. What now?
You shit!
Leave me alone. Okay, thank God that's not the entrance. Meow. Alright, let's hope that that's the correct entrance. I just need one more and then I can get whatever's in that one pyramid.
Whoa. I'm just looking for one gold. One gold thingy. Silica?
Okay. Yay! That should be 50 if I counted right. Yay! Now we can get out of here. And go here. Before I actually call it today, I'm gonna make sure there are no more quests. No one needs me. It looks like there are no more quests for me.
Here if we're innocent.
Whoa.
Where's the tomb? It's right here.
Whoa. Yeah. A hidden entrance. How long has this been here?
Alright, let's get in here. God, it's taken me so long to get these.
Ah, a dead end. Does not make sense. Oh, there must be a way forward. Ah, by a moon. What is this?
There we go. Yeah, I made sure there were none here. Alright, let's see what stupid weapon they give me, or tell me. They're probably gonna say something, so stand by for ear explosions, because they talk quite loud. Oh, the old habits, finally.
Retransmission, segment 6, acquiring contemporaneity. It has been 109 days since the Great Catastrophe. The messenger speaks.
Wake up. Not from a dreamless sleep or an absence of light, but from a reality that will soon cease to be. Wake up. The next chapter is unstoppable. And yet, the greatest revolutions sometimes originate from the confines of impossibility, do they not? Change your mind, subvert your perception, stop this world, bend it into something new. Destiny is not without irony. Here I am, imploring a lesser version of myself, to do what I could never do. In this timeless moment, you and I are a bridge, both of us from different eras meeting halfway at the narrowing of the hourglass in this ocean of sand. It is not enough to tell time. You must learn time. To work with your shielding disease, and in so doing, escape the inescapable. Fill in the blanks, the ones hiding between words, between worlds. Find the spaces that we could not erase, the variables that ended up erasing us. If you do not, they will erase you as well. Time told of a story that ended with us, and now it tells of a story that ends with you. Once upon a time, a new story will begin. After the functions which run our days have scattered into an array of random numbers, we found solace in order. We thought it would help us rule the world. We were wrong. Order never served us. It has kept us within the code, within the boundaries. We were tricked into thinking we were the ones writing the rules, when they were in fact guiding us to our conclusion. You need to transgress. You of all people understand the value of disobeying. Take an unexpected turn away from the path that is drawn straight ahead of you. The Animus was humankind's first unconscious attempt to explain what it could not see. Understanding genetic memories, an eye into history. But the Animus bears a fatal flaw. It follows the rules from those who embrace order, just as we do. It allows you to witness, but not alter. Your Animus is different, as is the mind that imagined it. It could escape the code. It could do that leap and make possible a decision that defies the order of things that are. Wake up. Be the chaos that comes to be. Gods are just like you and me. Remember, nothing is real. Everything is permitted.
It's true. I don't know what I just witnessed, but I definitely witnessed something. Woo! I got an outfit. What was it? Isu armor. Oh, I saw a guy running around with this on. The one who does the tutorials. God, so many weapons. We have a few more treasure maps to do. I figure I might as well do them. Since we only have like 6, 7. Alright, we're gonna take a quick break, guys. Get the ads out of the way for today. And I will be right back, guys. Get your food, get your drinks, all that good stuff. I will be right back. Alright, we are back. So, the first one we're going to do is Underground Currents. Underground Currents. We're in... I think it's the place I started in this morning. Yep. We are here. I guess that's where you find it. Yep, that's where you find it. Where are we? We are going here, it looks like? No. Maybe. Looks like here. It is the water. So it's like... Let's see. Here-ish is where he's standing. Oh, there's a waterfall out there. So I guess this is where the water starts for here. It's like here-ish. I'm only doing these because I think there's an achievement, but I'm not sure. I am happy that I got the achievement for Old Habits, which means I completed every area's quests. Because I do have a habit of doing that sort of thing.
Kill all robots!
Kill all what? So we're gonna follow this water up here.
Whoa. Yeah.
I think he said kill all Romans, but joke's on him, I'm Egyptian. There we go. Alright, wet work. He always shows where you find the papyrus first. Oh, we're in the Green Mountains again. This time it looks like we are here-ish? That's what it looks like, I think. Let's back up a little. Yeah, we're slightly above where Rada is sitting. So, right here-ish. Oh, it's the cave that I went to that everyone was saying was haunted. At the, tower. Okay. It's in this cave. Alright, let's see if I can follow this thing. Safely. My bets are on no.
سمعة شعات.
Loch. Black. Whoop. Nailed it. All right. Forsaken City. All right. Where are we going? This guy hasn't even, like, finished the tutorial. And he's already, like, been everywhere. Looks like he's here. Somewhere in here. Right about here, it looks like. Yep. There's some ruins here, and it's in one of the ruins. He didn't give exact location, or like, he showed the house, but he didn't show like the exact house. So I'll find it. It's fine. Come on, Amun.
Whoa. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa.
What now? It appears to be looking off a hillside. I don't think it's that one. Might be this one. Let's see what the reel actually says. Furthest from Ra, the sun god. Yeah, we're gonna Skyrim it. There it is. What is this? You found all my treasures through all the dirt and mud and hardship. What will you carry as you walk away from this experience? Okay, good things. Okay, let's see what he says. We have 4 more. Oh, these are DLC ones. If these are DLC ones, I don't really want to do them. I will check on the sundial though. Oh yeah, I found a man moonwalking while riding one of these carts. It was pretty funny.
Shemeniness.
Bean.
What time does it say?
همسة هراويس جهاز
صار أي أخاي
Ah, it's 1. That's annoying. Okay. Besides Rada, I don't think there's anything else for me. So, we're going to go do the Discovery Tour. I've never done one of these. I'm quite excited. Apparently there's like 3 different people that I can go on this tour with. And they each tell me different things. So we're gonna try and go through each one. Without consent, curated by archaeologists and hundreds of images, we hope to share with you a passion that inhibits us 4 years it took to develop this.
Welcome to Discovery Tour by Assassin's Creed, Ancient Egypt.
Guided tour will take you through the majestic landmarks. Sounds fun. Enjoy the fast. Eyes on the eagle or use an avatar to climb to the very top. Navigate boats. Ride a horse. When the view captures your fascination, take pictures and share them with your friends. We hope you enjoy this experience. I hope I catch someone T-posing or a boat just sinking into the void. Who am I? I am his wife. Nice. Number of stations. Move your character to start the tour.
Welcome to Alexandria. Planning of this. Alexander's plan to build his great city began with a verse from Homer's Odyssey. There is, in front of Egypt, in the sea with many swells, an island called Pharos. Guided by these clues, Alexander the Great founded his future city at the western end of the Nile Delta.
Nice. How I take pictures. How I take pictures. Oh my. Oh, I could be literally anyone. Photo mode.
Though Alexander considered this location ideal for his great city, it presented considerable challenges. Too difficult to access during storms, the surrounding swamps threatened disease, and the limestone soil prevented the growth of healthy crops. However, due to the influence of his mentor Aristotle, Alexander the Great recognized that the true value was its strategic emplacement. Alexander knew that in controlling Pelusium to the east, Memphis to the south, and his crowning glory Alexandria to the west, he would create a triangular stronghold, allowing him to control the entire delta while giving him access to the Mediterranean.
Would it?
The Great Walls of Alexandria had a humble beginning. Lacking chalk to outline the future city's foundations, architects were forced to use flour instead. Clouds of migrating birds swept down and ate the flour, erasing the plans.
Lol.
This prompted Alexander to seek guidance from the oracles, who reassured him that his future city was destined to feed a large population. Excavations led by Mahmud Bey el-Falaki in the 19th century revealed that the wall enclosure measured approximately 5.2 kilometers in length and 2.2 kilometers in width.
Dang.
It was roughly 9 meters in height. These formidable ancient walls would resist a number of attacks, including fending off the king of Syria in 169 BCE. It wasn't until 295 CE that they eventually fell to Roman Emperor Diocletian, and this only after 8 months of relentless assault. These formidable ancient walls would resist a number of attacks, including fending off the king of Syria in 169. BCE. It wasn't until 295 CE that they eventually fell to Roman Emperor Diocletian, and this only after 8 months of relentless assault.
Whoa.
Alexandria's principal architect, Dinocrates, chose a Hippodamian grid plan. The grid maximized functionality, with wide, straight roads and canals running beneath them. Alexander recognized the military value of the city's design. The wide, parallel streets gave him optimal surveillance of the city, while allowing the unobstructed flow of troops.
Whoa, whoa.
I want to take a picture of that.
A central corridor ran from the Mediterranean's north port down to Lake Mareotis to the south. This thoroughfare acted as an unobstructed link for commercial trade and travel between the two ports. Many of the streets were bordered with grand buildings and parks, including Canopic Street, with its impressive gate bordering the eastern end.
What?
Whoa.
Alexandria was most likely built upon an already existing Egyptian village. Upon its completion, the Egyptians reviled the city, refusing to call it by its founder's name. Instead, they called it Raked, the building, as a mark of disdain, which was later Hellenized into Rakotis. Despite this, the name Alexandria would remain.
Nice. At your own pace to choose new tours by opening the pause menu. Let's be Layla for it. Oh my. There are so many! Oh, Jesus Christ. We're gonna be here a while, guys.
Οφθαλμούς σου κατέχεις ή τι του οίκου σου?
Whoa! I was kind of hoping that I wouldn't have to, like, run around and do this. I thought I was literally in a museum.
Θεοί, αδα είσεστην. Οφθαλμούς είναι αιώρων απόλεσεν.
Welcome to the Mosaeon of Alexandria. The Mosaeon was a sector of the city commissioned by Ptolemy I to rival Athens' Academy as an institute of intellectual pursuit. Dedicated to the 9 inspiring muses, the Mosaeon became a great center for philosophical and scientific enlightenment. It welcomed scholars from many kingdoms, inviting them to share knowledge in literature, science, and geography. The Mosaeon was designed so that its buildings and grounds would accommodate free thinking, debate, and presentation. Meeting spaces and theaters surrounded a main courtyard. Expansive gardens were filled with exotic plants that aided in the study and supply of herbs and medicines. A zoo offered the study of animal behavior and physiology. Also among the Mosaeon's many star attractions was its astronomical observatory.
Where's the zoo?
Herophilus was a physician who lived most of his life in Alexandria. He was able to perform the dissection of human cadavers on a large scale due to the permissiveness of the city in such matters. Among many other discoveries, he learned that the brain was central to the human nervous system. He also extensively mapped the blood system and measured the pulse with the aid of a water clock. It is reported that in his thirst to understand human anatomy, he performed 600 vivisections on live prisoners.
Oh, God.
In order to be free to pursue their research, scholars were fed and housed at the Mosaeon at the government's expense. This freedom provided Alexandria's scholars a meeting space for intellectual pursuits and a haven for spiritual peace. Though nothing remains of the original Mosaeon, it lives on as the legacy of our modern museums.
Σαράπιον υπέμπορος ημών ούτω
Alright, there's one here. It'll probably take me all through that island. Oh, fall damage is nothing right now.
Welcome to the Islands of Ferris.
Whoa!
The Heptastadion was a bridge-like causeway connecting the island of Ferris to mainland Alexandria. Its name is based on the Greek terms of measurement, hepta, meaning 7, and stadion, which is a measure of length of roughly 180 meters.
Fascinating.
Yeah! Whoa!
Since its construction would separate the Grand Port to the east and the Port of Eunostos to the west, it was designed with channels at each end. These openings allowed passage from one port to the other.
Whoa!
Along with creating separate harbors for the commercial and military shipping, the causeway served as a main aqueduct for the island's inhabitants. Its presence also helped protect the island and its ports from rough wind and sea currents. At the end of antiquity, the Heptastadion disappeared under layers of silt and soil, which formed an important sedimentary deposit.
Whoa!
That lighthouse looks so nice.
Whoa!
While the Serapeum was the most celebrated of the temples in Alexandria, many other temples were built within the city. Most of these structures have been completely erased over time, and there is no way to discern how many existed. However, research of ancient papyri offered tantalizing hints as to the possible location of at least some of the temples.
Oh! Whoa!
Nope, it won't go in there.
Both papyri and coins reveal evidence of many temples built for the gods. Poseidon, the god of the sea, likely had an edifice in his honor west of this island, as well as on the mainland. This temple next to you is dedicated to Isis Feria, the divine protector of the lighthouse. This location hosted annual celebrations in the month of April, known as the Sacrum Feria, in connection to the lighthouse. In her incarnation as Isis Fortuna, the goddess carries a rudder and a cornucopia, both symbols of good luck for navigators.
Cool.
Αυτό γάμου διαδιαούτα η κασούσασα. Απορρίψην αυτόν η ερωμένη.
Considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the Lighthouse of Alexandria was a source of great pride for the inhabitants of the city. Construction began under Ptolemy I's reign and lasted 15 years. It was completed during his son's rule. Once completed, the lighthouse was dedicated to the gods for the salvation of those who sail the sea.
Whoa!
Built on the island of Ferris, the stone structure was 3 tiers set on top of one another in a step formation. The second floor consisted of an octagonal tower, and the top floor was a cylindrical tower topped by a statue.
I see that.
The interior provided space for staff rooms and a ramp which allowed the transport of fuel to the upper floors.
Whoa!
Essential to safe navigation through the rifts and shallow waters, the Ferris was a functioning lighthouse, with a beam reportedly visible 50 kilometers away. It's unclear what kind of fuel was used or how much. Any other details of how the light worked remain a mystery.
We're not sure how it worked, but we know it was there. Fascinating.
Whoa!
For several centuries, the Ferris was one of the highest monuments ever built by man. It measured roughly 110 meters in height, compared to the Pyramid of Giza, which was around 140 meters tall. Gradually, the structure was eroded by earthquakes and then completely destroyed in 1480 CE, when a fort was built over it.
That's depressing.
Archaeological excavations on the seabed have uncovered many blocks from the ancient building.
What?
Alright. Let's see what we got over here.
Whoa!
Let's change to someone else. Let's be Bayek.
Whoa.
Welcome to Education in Alexandria. The education of young Alexandrians did not differ from the one generally dispensed elsewhere in ancient Greece. At the age of 7, the child was taken in charge by a tutor, who then became responsible for instilling an elementary education as well as good moral principles.
It sounds good to me.
Teaching was generally done outside, in the open air. In the gymnasium, students were taught not only sports, but also topics such as rhetoric, philosophy, music, and poetry. All things deemed essential to one's education at the time. Here, both girls and boys are shown attending a class given by one of the rhetoricians of the era. The team made the choice to show both genders attending class within the context of the game world. Even though it is historically inaccurate, the team felt it was not necessary to prioritize historical sexism over inclusive gameplay.
Nice.
Πού έστειν η σφραγής μου. Θέλω σημειώσετε την τέλη των αποστολής.
Ναι, νικήσατε. Τελικά.
Φαύλος εσύ.
Τι ουν γέγονε.
Τούτον ελάβνην ούκεστην. Φαύλον ον γάρ.
Whoa.
It's not the heat that gets you. Well, it might, if the miles and miles of endless barren desert without water don't first.
Welcome to the Serapion of Alexandria. In a city of numerous magnificent attractions, the Serapion was considered to be the most beautiful temple of Alexandria. Located southwest of the city on a small hill known as the Acropolis, the sanctuary was constructed during the reign of Ptolemy III, upon foundations which had existed since the reign of Ptolemy I Soter.
It's a really nice building.
Visitors of the Serapion climbed 100 steps to reach the courtyard. Libraries were installed in the porticos surrounding the square building, with its roof and columns adorned with gold and gilded bronze. Pharaohs were generous to the temple, as were several Roman emperors after Egypt's conquest. An inner temple housed the statue of Serapis, dedicated to healing the sick.
Learning so much today.
Since the 26th dynasty, Greeks in Egypt had gradually integrated the Egyptian cult of the Apis bull to their own rituals. With the establishment of the Ptolemaic dynasty, the cult of Apis was further integrated into Greek religion. During his rule, Ptolemy I chose to merge Egyptian and Hellenic gods into a syncretic divinity named Serapis. This name was the result of the amalgamation of Osiris and Apis. With this new deity, the Ptolemaic dynasty managed to accommodate similar belief sets for two different cultures, bringing about a new dynastic cult.
It's a cult.
Serapis was also associated to other deities, including Asclepius, a Greek god of healing. It is possible that, as with the Serapis Temple of Canopus, the sick would visit this sanctuary, sleeping there overnight in the hopes of being healed within its hallowed halls.
I wonder if it worked. The library. There's 11.
Oh, αμελής εσύ. Πού καλάβνεις οι γνώσκεις, φαύλε. Πού καίστην η οφθαλμή σου έρθεις, ό,τι σ' αμελία.
Whoa.
Welcome to the Great Library of Alexandria. Near the district of royal palaces and within the Moseon was the most famous library of all antiquity. The Library of Alexandria was built to house all of human knowledge. At its pinnacle, the library was believed to contain over 700,000 parchments.
Wow. Throughout
the centuries, fires and wars between Christianity and paganism destroyed the library, leaving nothing behind. The loss of the building, and more importantly, its vast collection, is immeasurable.
It really is.
As no descriptions are available, The team's rendition of the Library of Alexandria was inspired by the visuals of the Library of Chalcis at Ephesus.
It looks pretty good.
While much of the collection was purchased at the government's expense, the library also obtained books through other means. Any books owned by travelers coming through the city were seized to be copied for the library. The copy would then be returned to the owner, and the original entered into the library's collection.
Των γητίων γάρ πάσιο.
Φεύγει, γιατί πάντα στον τον παιδί. Σφάλμα δε γάρ μέγαν, κατάστασης ορκίζει μεν.
Ένθα δεν την αγορά μετά της πράγμαση.
We can stand here and just chill.
Alexandria offered unrivaled intellectual and cultural attractions. Eminent scholars from Athens, Rhodes, and other Greek centers traveled to the city to learn and engage with other free thinkers. Both the Mouseion and the library were at the center of groundbreaking ideas and creative expression.
Nice.
The great minds of antiquity were usually well versed in many disciplines, which were often associated to specific schools of thought. The Peripatetics, the Stoics, and the Cynics were among the most well-known schools of the time. It is clear that Alexandria lived up to its fundamental role as a city for intellectuals, nurturing many great minds whose impact reverberates through our modern world.
And who's this guy with his sheep?
Hypatia of Alexandria was a Greek mathematician, philosopher, astronomer, and inventor. Though born in Greece, she eventually migrated to Alexandria, like many great minds of the time. It is there that she became the head of the Neoplatonist school of Alexandria. From most accounts, she was highly respected by her fellow Alexandrians, both as a teacher and a philosopher. With her death, the age of great ancient scientific discoveries came to an end. Callimachus was born in Cyrene and educated in Athens. After his studies, he moved to Alexandria to work in the Great Library. A poet and a critic, he strongly rejected the epic format of Homeric poems, and instead fervently supported a shorter, more judiciously formulated style of poetry. His epigrams and elegiac poems were emulated by later poets. His work was extremely popular, second only to Homer's own works. It was in Alexandria that mathematician Euclid, the father of geometry, wrote the Elements, laying out the foundational work of what would become modern algebra and number theory. Euclidean geometry would become one of the most influential systems in the evolution of mathematics. How do you calculate the circumference of the Earth? With a camel, 2 sticks, and shadows cast by the sun. This is what Eratosthenes of Cyrene described in his principal work, Geography, while he was director of the Great Library of Alexandria.
Ugh.
He is credited for the invention of the armillary spear around 250 BCE.
Άγιε, ταμεία, προς την τράπεζα. Εξοφληθείτε το γραμματείο.
Αχ, Χριστιάς γάρα ορίων υπερβάλλει.
The earliest known and most complete armillary sphere of antiquity was the Meteoroscopion of Alexandria, with an imposing 9 rings compared to the 3 or 4 of most other astrolabes. Known as the zodiac Krakatoi amongst the Greeks, the meteoroscopion was used to determine the location of celestial bodies around the Earth. Every self-respecting astronomer of antiquity would have sought to use this tool to better understand the celestial movements.
Look at this thing. Look at this thing.
Pythagoras of Samos was a well-known and respected philosopher and mathematician. He is best known for the Pythagorean theorem. However, there is proof that the theorem existed in Babylonia and India long before Pythagoras was born, casting some doubts as to who exactly originated the theorem.
You can't really run in here. Oh, I can be his dad. I can be Desmond's dad. What's he have to write on? Oh, nice.
Oh! Ante!
Welcome to the Siege of Alexandria. Among the collection of writings attributed to Julius Caesar are his descriptions of the Siege of Alexandria, the Gallic Wars, and the commentaries on the Civil War. These archives contain information on different campaigns, the Wars of Alexandria, Africa, and Spain. Each of them recounts Caesar's military activity from 58 BCE to 45 BCE. Though Caesar's documents remain a main source of information, it's important to note that the perspective is limited. It is necessary for other historical documents to be taken into consideration to provide a better understanding of events.
Just not his point of view. Everyone gets a point of view.
The Siege of Alexandria closely relays the events of the Civil War that led up to the event and describes how Caesar was besieged in the palace of the Ptolemies.
Yes.
Other ancient authors have left equally valuable and sometimes contradictory information. In the events leading up to the Siege of Alexandria, Cleopatra VII and her brother were fighting over control of Egypt. Young King Ptolemy XIII's regent, Pothinus, had firm control over the young pharaoh, and an outmaneuvered Cleopatra soon went into hiding. This set the stage for Pompey's arrival in Alexandria. Having lost his battle against Caesar in 48 BCE, the Roman general turned to his allies, the Egyptians, for safe harbor. But on the advice of Pothinus, Ptolemy XIII had Pompey assassinated in the hopes of earning Caesar's favor. This would turn out to be a most unfortunate decision. Upon his arrival in Alexandria, Caesar was presented with Pompey's head. The sight of a Roman murdered by Egyptians did not sit well with him. Caesar made his displeasure clear, ordering the return of Cleopatra, and for the siblings to resolve their differences and resume their co-rule of Egypt, as per the will of their father. Neither Pothinus nor Ptolemy XIII wished to accede to this demand. While doing his best to aggravate Caesar, Pothinus secretly plotted against the Roman ruler and sent word for Egyptian general Achillas to bring his 20,000 men to fight on his behalf. While Pothinus plotted against Caesar, Cleopatra made a bold move.
Συγγνώμη.
20,000 men.
Δίνεστε...
Δια νέα νεογήν. Ου κοράς βλάξ.
Έλα.
Ευχάριστος η μητά σου. Ευλογή.
Οφθαλμού σου κατέχεις ή τι του οίκου σου.
God, we have to go all the way in here. You know, I was kind of expecting a storybook. Not, hey, run here.
There are various descriptions of the encounter between Caesar and Cleopatra. One report states that she snuck into the palace alone at night. Another account claims she was accompanied by an ally and was brought inside the palace wrapped in a carpet bag. Though exactly what happened at this fateful meeting is up for debate, what is known is that Cleopatra met with Caesar and earned his approval. Pothinus and Ptolemy XIII were most vexed with this turn of events.
Whoa. Huh.
Did that guy just T-pose?
With Cleopatra finally present, Caesar chose to act as mediator between the siblings in the hopes of a peaceful resolution. It did not take long for things to sour. During a banquet given to celebrate the reconciliation, there was an assassination attempt on Caesar. It was the Roman leader's own barber who thwarted the attack. Once it was revealed that the king's regent, Pothinus, had ordered the attack, Caesar had him executed. He then placed the young king under guard.
Alright, let's see if we can do this. How many tours are there? There's a whole bunch of tours. Oh my god. I don't think we're gonna be able to finish all of these. We might. We're definitely going to see one next. And then we'll make our way up. But we're gonna finish Alexandria at least.
Caught within the palace with roughly 4,000 troops, and with the knowledge that the arrival of enemy forces was imminent, Caesar sent for help from Syria, Rhodes, and Cilicia. He ordered his men to dig a ditch around the palace and build a wall leading to the harbor. This would ensure Caesar's access to the sea. When Egyptian General Achillas arrived in the city with 20,000 men, the battle for Alexandria began. With so few men at his disposal, Caesar could not risk a battle just yet. He sent ambassadors to Achilles in the name of Ptolemy to propose a truce. Knowing that the orders did not come from the young king, and angered by the pharaoh's imprisonment, Achilles had the messengers assassinated. With Caesar confined within the palace, Achilles positioned his troops around the city. Skirmishes broke out throughout the streets of Alexandria and went on for several days and nights. Though they were outnumbered, Caesar's men were able to hold the enemy back. This prompted Achilles' next move: capture the Roman fleet stationed in the harbor.
Learning so much today.
Πότε διδάσκεσαι Λάμνη, μη πω πρώην και χτες.
Άντε!
Ιδιώτη, με Λάμνη νούκη γνώστης.
Although the palace offered protection, losing the port meant the end of help and supplies. Caesar knew he had to protect the fleet. While he and his troops succeeded in regaining control of the port, he knew it would be impossible to sustain. Caesar ordered the burning of the ships. With passage back to the palace closed off, he headed for the lighthouse of Alexandria.
Oh, this is pretty.
Fighting their way through the Egyptian troops, Caesar and his men eventually reached Pharis Island. There, they took refuge within the lighthouse. With easy access to the open sea, Caesar was able to send messages to his allies requesting reinforcements and more supplies. The island fort also allowed him to control access to the harbor by relying on the chains used by the Egyptians to control ship traffic to and from Alexandria's docks.
Oh god, I'm going back onto the island.
Εσύ, πού καλάβνεις οι γνώσκεις, φαύλε.
Άντε!
Wait, what? Wait, did I miss a turn?
Οφθαλμούς είναι αιώρων απόλεσεν.
Ου κόπο πας παρά του ηθίου.
The exact chronology of events during the war in Alexandria remain imprecise. Conflicting accounts raise questions as to when, and even if, the Great Library of Alexandria was burned down at all. One account states that during the fighting, docks and warehouses were burned, and this was the fire that spread to the library. In another account, when Achilles cut off the harbor, Caesar had to leave the safety of the palace to defend his ships. As the enemies battled across the port, their arsenals set ships ablaze, and this destruction spread to the library.
Either way, a fire broke out at the library.
Έλα.
In either case, the Great Library was not completely destroyed. Experts point out that its location was too far from the harbor, and much later texts refer to the Great Library as being intact. Warehouses near the harbor contained manuscript copies awaiting export, and it is more likely that these documents were destroyed than the Great Library itself. The destruction of the Great Library may have been due to a number of fires over the ages. Its end was probably closer to the 4th century CE, when the Christian Emperor Theodosius I ordered the closure of all pagan temples. While some documents survived after being moved away, it remains unclear just what knowledge may have been lost. Where there are accounts of Achilles being in control of the battle against Caesar, it appears that instead Cleopatra's sister, siding with her brother, had him killed and put her ally Ganymedes in his place. Ganymedes proved a valuable tactician for the Egyptian side. It was his idea to cut Caesar's access to the harbor, thus trapping Caesar at the palace. During the time of Ptolemy I, canals had been dug throughout Alexandria to provide fresh water.
Okay.
Ganymedes had his men take control of these canals. After isolating their own water supply, he had his men pour salt water into the canals and cisterns that led to Caesar's camp.
That's such a smart move.
Panic erupted in Caesar's men. They wouldn't last long without fresh water. Recognizing that the porous limestone could help them, Caesar and his men dug wells to restore their water supply. Days later, the 37th Legion, comprised of Pompey's soldiers, arrived by ship. Unable to come ashore due to the winds, Caesar risked going out to meet them on the peninsula, Cape Chersonese. When the enemy learned Caesar's location, they rushed to intercept. Despite an obvious advantage for the Alexandrians, Caesar, with a Rhodian ship full of skillful sailors, emerged victorious.
Έλα.
With help from the Allied ships, Caesar's victory enabled him to push the Egyptians back and secure the lighthouse. Gaining control of Pharos Island sent the Alexandrians into the sea and swimming back to the city. However, Caesar's fortification of the island didn't last long. The enemy regrouped and were set to storm the island. Panic-stricken, in spite of Caesar's encouragement, Many of his men then fled their posts, either by ship or jumping into the sea.
Just straight into the water. Screw this.
Whoa.
Caesar attempted to retreat, but Port Eunostos' harbor was overrun with enemy ships, preventing escape. Reportedly, Caesar gathered his papers and leapt overboard in an attempt to swim to an Allied ship farther out. Historian Cassius Dio claimed that Caesar would have drowned if he hadn't been able to remove his purple garment. Still, he managed to swim the distance and survive. The Alexandrians recovered the cloak and used it as a trophy to commemorate the Roman debacle.
Nice.
Whoa.
Unhappy with Ganymedes and wanting their king restored, the Alexandrians approached Caesar with a compromise. Caesar agreed to release Ptolemy XIII after entreating him to spare the kingdom and remain loyal to Rome. Once freed, however, the king defied the agreement and continued the war.
Wow. What a dick.
Ella.
And this is why history is doomed to repeat itself. Over and over again.
By this time, a faithful ally of Caesar's, Mithridates, arrived in Egypt, clashing with Ptolemy's troops at Pelusium. Outnumbering the enemy, Mithridates secured the region between Pelusium and Alexandria. Ptolemy, warned of Caesar's ally marching on Alexandria, sent his troops to prevent passage over the river. Mithridates warned Caesar in time, and the two groups confronted the armies of Ptolemy in the Delta. In the Battle of the Nile, the Romans gained the upper hand, sending the Egyptians fleeing. In the tumult and panic, King Ptolemy XIII drowned in the Nile.
Whoa.
After the siege ended, Cleopatra VII married her younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, enabling her to reign over Egypt until 30 BCE. Under her rule, Alexandria settled into its position within the Roman Empire, and eventually surpassed Athens as one of the most important cities in the Roman Empire. Julius Caesar remained in Egypt for a short time. He and Cleopatra would later have a son named Caesarion.
I'm so confused on what I just read. Well, let's go over here. Oh, I can fast travel to these?
Welcome to Roman military equipment. The strength of Rome was directly dependent on its military supremacy and fundamentally militaristic society. Regular citizens, comprised mostly of farmers and herders, joined to protect their land and families. In return for their service, members of this civic army were allowed to vote. Trained to be highly disciplined and obedient to superior officers, citizen soldiers developed a deep sense of loyalty to their city.
Sounds good.
The quality of the armor of a Roman foot soldier was intrinsically linked to his social status and wealth. Chainmail was the most commonly used type of armor. Scale armor, made famous in today's media, came into use after Caesar's time. Foot soldiers carried large and oblong shields, while the cavalry used smaller ones of Greek origin. Soldiers were expected to carry their own kit, including the tools required for the construction of forts and tents. Roman soldiers used the same types of weapons. The stomach and face were the most targeted parts of the body. As such, a legionary was equipped with two close combat weapons, a dagger and a short sword, known as a gladius. One of the most ingenious Roman weapons was the javelin. Its pyramid-shaped tip pierced the body, while its iron shank was designed to break upon impact, stopping the enemy from throwing it back.
Such a good idea.
During their conquests, the Romans regularly transformed enemy technologies to add to their own formidable arsenal. After capturing a Carthaginian vessel, the Romans adopted its better features and constructed a superior fleet of ships. Adapting heavy artillery designs from Greek models aided the Romans in building catapults and ballistae. The latter became an iconic symbol of Roman warfare.
Nice. I just got an achievement for being peoples. So I'll go back to Aya.
Welcome to the Forts of Cyrenaica. Cyrenaica was a Libyan region under Roman control, gifted to Rome by one of Cleopatra's ancestors. The remains and foundations of ancient fortifications were discovered in the 19th century in the southwest of Cyrenaica, as well as a Roman garrison dating back to the 1st century CE. Evidence shows that these forts were of Libyan origin, rebuilt and modified by Roman engineers when Cyrenaica was part of the empire. Stone was the most commonly used material to build forts in Egypt and Cyrenaica. Though no real proof of a fortress similar to the one before you has been uncovered in that region, the team chose to add it as a worthy and awe-inspiring end-of-game challenge for the player.
It wasn't, though. I climbed up it and murdered everyone. It was pretty cool looking, though.
The forts of Cyrenaica were intended to prevent invaders from gaining access to the main route that led to the country's 5 most important cities. These forts were built close to coastal plains and deserts for added defense. 3 of these cities were recreated by the team: Balagrae, Apollonia, and Cyrene. Had it existed, the fort before you would have protected the road leading to Balagrae. Other than reference to an attack around 404 CE and a military reorganization by Emperor Justinian during the 6th century CE, we still know little of the Roman military presence in Cyrenaica.
Okay, there's one. I think that's the aqueduct.
Welcome to Roman Aqueduct. Water management was taken seriously by the Romans. Cyrenaica benefited greatly from Roman administration, with the construction of aqueducts and canals. The source of water varied depending on the location. Many aqueducts were built at the foot of the mountains, offering greater flow from the melting snow. The ability to transport water over a greater distance increased agricultural production.
You don't say.
Some aqueducts were reported to be over 7 kilometers in length.
Jesus Christ.
Where the Greeks of Libya originally focused mainly on olive trees and figs, which required less water, the advent of Roman aqueducts allowed for a far greater crop diversity. Every farm's water use was carefully scheduled.
Whoa!
The engineering methods used to create aqueducts were constantly reviewed, with a clear focus on exploiting the local environment. Materials, water usage, cleaning regulations, and a deep understanding of how to exploit gravity itself were all important concerns. Several fortresses were built to protect the aqueducts, basins, and cisterns.
They're just minding their own business and all of a sudden I come through.
Whoa!
Additional water was collected with wells and cisterns, but aqueducts were the main supply of fresh water. The water was distributed based on the collective needs of the city, before the private needs of an individual.
Whoa!
Almost all aqueducts ended in a fountain where the water circulated to clean the streets and supply bathhouses and latrines, thus improving the cleanliness of Cyrenaica's cities.
Learning so much today. Oh, we're gonna learn about crucifixion.
Welcome to Crucifixion. In terms of the severity of Roman justice, crucifixion was at the top of the list of corporal punishment, followed by death by fire and decapitation. The upper class considered crucifixion unworthy of their position. Those lucky enough to have Roman citizenship were also exempt from such treatment.
Lovely.
Whoa.
Easily accessible, crucifixions were popular entertainment among the citizenry. Unlike throwing victims to wild animals, which required an arena, crucifixions did not require any particular setting.
Nope, we just stuck him there.
Whoa.
Those subjected to crucifixion were almost always slaves, traders, and lower-class citizens. Roman deserters were crucified because the betrayal of the soldiers was perceived as endangering the lives of Roman citizens.
Whoa.
In 71 BCE, a major slave uprising in Italia was repressed by the Roman army. This resulted in the crucifixion of 6,000 men, including their leader, a slave and former gladiator known as Spartacus.
Whoa.
God, 6,000 men just out in the sun dying. Crazy.
Welcome to Amulets and Rituals. Ancient Egyptians believed the world was a chaotic place.
Yes.
Filled with supernatural forces. They knew that art and words gave life and power to things. Carved with images from hieroglyphs or in the shapes of gods, amulets were highly personal objects that warded off dangers and disease while attracting success. Some amulets were temporary, intended to solve a specific problem, while others were meant to be worn forever into the afterlife. Priests would infuse amulets with magical energy during religious ceremonies, imbuing them with protective magic to safeguard against supernatural powers. The wealthiest of Egyptians could obtain a divinely ordained pendant in which was hidden a magic formula inscribed on a piece of papyrus. It would act as a unique spell tailored to the owner. Religion was so important to ancient Egyptians that it permeated every aspect of their daily lives. Since water was the source of life and had the symbolism of purifying the body and the soul, all daily routines began with ablutions. Personal prayers to the gods were sometimes written or spoken, with family prayers passed down through generations. There was a complete calendar of each of the religious days, both good and bad.
Nice.
Illustrating the appropriate daily rituals. Along with wine, milk, and ointments, offerings to the gods consisted of small amulets to life-size statues and family shrines. During the Greco-Roman period, offerings to the gods consisted of mummified animals, cats for Bastet, dogs for Anubis, and birds for Thoth. Deemed messengers of the gods, oracles offered guidance and judgment for all Egyptians, regardless of status. Crucial advice was offered on everything from day-to-day farming management to a pharaoh's decision on whether to start a war. Oracles were often used to decide legal issues. If the accused refused the judgment of the god, another god could be consulted in hopes of a more favorable reply.
I don't like what that god's saying.
It was oracles that guided the Greek sailor Batos to the coast of Libya, where he founded a colony known as Cyrene. During Alexander the Great's campaign to conquer Persia, he consulted the oracle at the Temple of Amun, within the oasis of Siwa, and was subsequently ordained a divine being.
All right. Oh, I missed Siwa down there. Whoops. All right.
Welcome to the Acropolis of Cyrene. Located on the western edge of the city, Cyrene's Acropolis was smaller than the one in Athens, though its high vantage point provided protection for the city. At its entrance was a single door, flanked by 2 towers. An inscription, legible to this day, states that the walls and the citadel were restored in the time of Augustus.
Wow.
A number of statuettes have been excavated from the site, including one of Berenice, the daughter of Magus, the king of Cyrene, and half-brother of Ptolemy II. At the northeast tower, there is a sanctuary consisting of 2 small temples with a vestibule, and an altar believed to be that of Serapis and Isis. When the temples were excavated, archaeologists found traces of fire damage. However, there are no indications as to when this fire occurred. In the 20th century, a fortification was built above the ward to defend against an invading army. It covered the ancient remains of nearby Roman houses entirely, and archaeologists have yet to fully excavate them.
Nice. That's probably a horrible idea, but okay, let's go.
Welcome to Important Monuments of Cyrene.
Important monuments.
The Sanctuary of Apollo sits on a prominent edge of the plateau of Cyrene, overlooking the Mediterranean Sea. It could be accessed either by the road from Apollonia, via the necropolis, or by the Sacred Way, coming from the agora of the city.
I wish they had done this with the ones before this, but I know they hadn't thought about it till this one. This is the first one that they did it in. We didn't do the Discovery Tour in
The
Valhalla.
abundance of temples and statues throughout the city reflect the various Greco-Roman and Egyptian cult influences over the centuries. Temples dedicated to Apollo, Cyrene, and Zeus stood alongside those of Ptolemaic gods, such as Serapis and Isis. Numerous fountains were decorated to represent other gods, including the city's namesake, Cyrene. A vestibule known as a propylaeum marked its entrance and highlighted the fountain of Apollo. god of the sun and of protection, Apollo was an important deity to both Greeks and Romans. The sanctuary built in his honor was considered to be sacred. The imposing temple was built on a natural cornice, stretching more than 200 meters in length and roughly 50 meters in width, and was surrounded by a vast Doric colonnade. Sections uncovered by archaeologists indicate restorations to the columns were made between 115 and 116 CE.
How do we know this?
The altar was located in front of the temple. Both are estimated to be the same age, though restored at different times. Many bulls were sacrificed each year at the altar in honor of Apollo. The imprint in the stone of the ring used to strap the animals down is visible to this day.
I don't know where the altar is, but that's pretty cool.
Carved during the Roman era, the Apollo Cytharide was discovered near the temple. It is considered an important archaeological find. The statue of Apollo was in pieces when it was uncovered. Remarkably, most fragments were found, and the restored statue is currently at the British Museum.
Of course it is.
The team extrapolated the statue's final look based on the current partial reconstruction and placed it inside the temple to reflect the patron deity of the area.
I want to see the British Museum one day.
The amphitheater of Cyrene is located on what is known as the Terrace of Myrtosa, next to the sanctuary of Apollo. It was built on top of the old theater in the 2nd century. Originally used as a stage, the theater became an amphitheater once the taste for Roman gladiatorial entertainment reached the city. Entrances were placed at both ends of the amphitheater. A wall replaced the first 2 rows of bleachers as protection from the array of wild animals in the ring. The tunnel used for the parade of beasts and gladiators circled the arena, unlike the Roman Colosseum's tunnel, which was beneath the amphitheater. The basement and corridors accommodated both the gladiators and the animals, and included lifts that raised the traps into the arena's center. Since the original theater was close to the cliffside, the expansion didn't allow for a perfect circle. Instead, junctions of the semicircle formed the arena into an oval shape. This elliptical formation still ensured an excellent view from all angles. The team decided to create a perfectly round theater for technical reasons, and used the structure of the Roman theater as their reference.
We couldn't make it an oval because it would just glitch out into space. Amazing. Nope. Who's pinging me? Can't you see him on a museum tour?
My kingdom for a glass of water. Welcome to Cyrene. Cyrenaica stretches across the coast of northwest Africa. It was known as Pentapolis in antiquity, a reference to the 5 main cities that formed the Greek colonies. Built on a lush plateau of the Green Mountains, in what is present-day Libya, a colony of Greek settlers formed the city of Cyrene in 630 BCE. Cyrene's population quickly grew, spreading out across the terraces of the plateau, making it the first and largest of the 5 colonies.
Yeah.
Nice.
The city of Cyrene was founded by Batos Aristotle, guided by the Oracle of Delphi. Overcrowded and suffering from drought, Batos's home island of Thera could not sustain its citizens. Batos consulted the Oracle, who told them to journey to the North African coast in search of arable land. A series of kings reigned over the city in the first 2 centuries. However, rebellion eventually ended the monarchy, and henceforth the city was governed by the aristocracy. The key features of Cyrene were temples dedicated to gods, Apollo, Demeter, and Zeus, alongside Ptolemaic gods such as Isis and Serapis. A large agora defined the city's center, and on the western edge, the famed Acropolis was built. A fortification wall was added around the harbor at the end of the 2nd century CE. As the city grew, more buildings were constructed beyond the walls.
Okay.
Under Roman influence, Cyrene became an economic powerhouse, rising in status throughout the Mediterranean. Cyrene's School of Medicine rivaled all others except for that of the Greek city Kos. Some of the great minds in ancient math, astronomy, and geography were born or established in the various schools of the city, which included an institute of philosophy founded by Aristippus, a pupil of Socrates. From 115 to 117 CE, there was a revolt in the Jewish quarter that greatly damaged the city of Cyrene. Over time, a succession of battles, poor management of its silphium crop, and earthquakes eventually took their toll on the city. It was completely abandoned in 365 CE.
This is really pretty. I can't turn the thing up, but it is really pretty.
The nearby port of Apollonia was an ideal location, with its natural cove, sheltered by 2 islands and rocky inlets. Along with a lighthouse, the port was later equipped with quays and warehouses to accommodate the increased shipping traffic.
Oh, we're going up.
With its success as a commercial trading port, Apollonia surpassed Cyrene to eventually become the capital of the Pentapolis. A number of earthquakes gradually shifted the city, causing many of its original structures to sink. Some of its ruins can still be seen underwater.
Learn about the Temple of Zeus.
χέρι.
Είναι καχέτ.
Welcome to the Temple of Zeus in Cyrene. Facing east towards the rising sun stands the temple dedicated to the cult of Zeus. It was built sometime in the 5th century BCE. 70 meters long with 46 Doric-style columns, the imposing structure was the largest Greek temple erected in Africa. It was only slightly larger than the Parthenon and the Temple of Zeus in Olympia.
Nice.
The exterior was designed with the decorative elements common to Doric architecture. The dimensions of the columns were different, giving visitors an impression of uniqueness when viewing each facade. After the temple was destroyed during the Jewish rebellion, Emperor Hadrian had it reconstructed. He chose not to rebuild the outer portico, but did restore the new Corinthian columns in marble. The temple was later completed under Marcus Aurelius.
It's really pretty.
In the time of Augustus, a faithful but smaller imitation of the Olympian Zeus was used to be worshipped. Hadrian then installed a new 12-meter-high statue matching the Zeus in Olympia. It was made of chiseled marble with the head, arms, and feet carved in the round. Archaeologists confirm that there was a monumental statue of Zeus in this temple, though experts remain divided on whether it was one of Zeus or one more specific to the cult of Zeus Ammon. The team elected to place a statue of Zeus Ammon in this location, knowing that Cyrene was central to the spread of this cult in the Greek Mediterranean area.
Cool. Let's learn about
Welcome
gladiators.
to the Gladiator Arena. While gladiators would not perform in Cyrene until later in the Roman era, the team decided to include a gladiatorial arena for two reasons. First, they believed it was important to portray this aspect of Roman life. And second, they felt it would add interesting gameplay possibilities. The first gladiators to enter the arena were prisoners of war. It was a spectacle of violent clashes between men and against wild beasts that lasted nearly 1,000 years. Eventually, volunteers began to enter the ring.
'Cause that's smart.
For status and money, many of the more skilled combatants increased the quality of the entertainment. Thus, the profession of gladiator came to be. Bound by contract to the master of the gladiators, the fighters were fed, trained, and guarded in barracks. Gladiators were separated into heavy and light armored fighters, each with their own set of specific armor and weapons. Organizers often had two audience-favored factions face each other in combat. The events were highly organized. Fights were held with a background of music and supervised by a referee. Death, either in the course of combat or by decision, was not always the only way out for the loser. Several were released due to their performance and gained great notoriety as celebrities.
Nice. We'll head back over there.
Oh!
Whoa! Welcome to the Agora and Thermal Baths.
What is this?
Cyrene's Agora was the public marketplace and political hub of the city. Its central courtyard was open to the sky, while market stalls and shops ran along the sides, some neatly tucked away under long-roofed colonnades. As in other Greek cities, the Agora included a central hearth, known as a Prytaneum. This place served as Cyrene's official embassy where guests were welcomed to the city.
Oh.
An unnamed statue representing naval victories was the centerpiece of the Agora. The statue's female figure likely represents Nike, the goddess of victory. It was likely very similar to the victory of Samothrace, which currently resides in the Louvre Museum and served as a reference for the team.
Nice.
The Cyrene Agora also displayed many temples and monuments celebrating its founding king, Batos, and the city
I'm
gods.
stuck in a tree.
There were 2 altars associated with the Temple of Apollo and a marble statue base dedicated to the goddess Libya.
Hey.
The civic buildings included a law court complete with an archive library that would have housed legal documents and other papers essential to the city's governance. Traces of fire damage to the building's remains indicate that it was possibly destroyed during the rebellion of the Jewish community in 115 CE. Public baths were common in Roman and Greek cities, and Cyrene held true to this tradition. 2 thermal baths from different eras were discovered among the ruins. An inscription at the entrance of one of the baths is presumed to be attributed to the owner. It dates the building to the Hellenistic period.
Heyo. How I go in? Oh, nice.
Mosaics were originally created for practical reasons, the need to waterproof floors. Imported by Greeks in Egypt and Cyrenaica, the designs represented either scenes from daily life, marine fauna, or mythological figures. In addition to traditional Greek motifs, they also integrated concepts specific to Egyptian culture, such as the Nelumbo. The best examples of mosaics recovered to date, however, come from Alexandria. The Cyrene baths were fitted into an underground tomb dated somewhere between the 8th and 6th century BCE. Bath seats were carved directly in the rock, allowing for more comfortable ablutions. As with many of the public buildings, the thermal baths were elaborately decorated. Statues such as Aphrodite and Eros the Archer were discovered within. The Frigidarium, a pool of cold water, was the first room visitors entered. It was followed by the Tepidarium, or tepid water area, and then the hot water room called the Caldarium. Water for the thermal baths was sourced from a natural spring. Burning stones were deposited into the water to create steam as required. The flowing water of the spring ended in a cistern and fountain referred to as the Aqua Augusta.
That sounds so good.
Later Roman baths were built under Emperor Trajan and then restored under Hadrian. After the earthquake of 365 CE, they were replaced by baths of Byzantine design, with stones from the old thermal baths used in the reconstruction. The team relied on documentation describing the baths built under Trajan in order to create the location available in the game.
This one. Server seems to want to show up. Maybe. Maybe not. Guess not. Well, we'll continue anyway. We'll continue for a little bit longer. I don't think we'll get through all of these.
Welcome to Major Exports of Cyrene. Cyrene's main source of economic wealth was in the cultivation and export of poppies and silphium. Though the opium oil from the poppies was also an export, little is known about this crop. Information about the cultivation of silphium, however, is more accessible to us. Silphium, with its yellow flower, was considered a gift from the sun god. Grown solely in this region near the Mediterranean Sea, silphium extract was exported at high prices and was so crucial to the wealth of Cyrenaica that it was depicted on their coins.
Those look like the flowers that I see in Minecraft. The ones that glow bright yellow.
Silphium's roots produced a resin used by both the Greeks and Romans in medicines intended to cure cough, fever, indigestion, and many other ailments. It was also used as a contraceptive. In a compilation of culinary recipes from the 4th century BCE, the herb is mentioned in various recipes, including a flamingo dish.
Oh yeah, they eat flamingos.
High demand, overexploitation, and possibly a shift in climate all contributed to the eventual extinction of silphium. The last mention of it dates from the 4th century CE, and to this day, no traces of this plant have been identified.
We killed a plant. Well done. Well done, everyone. We've ruined nature yet again.
Welcome to Roman forts. The size of a Roman military camp, known as a castrum, varied significantly depending on how many soldiers it needed to accommodate. However, they all shared common characteristics in design and construction, such as this fort before you, located in Cape Chersonesos. Rectangular in shape, the forts were heavily fortified by ramparts and a ditch system. The walls were reinforced with parapets, essentially an extension at the roofline which allowed a protective barrier for patrolling soldiers. Depending on the availability of materials, some forts were built with stone, timbers, stacked turf, and particularly in the eastern part of the empire, baked brick.
Learning so much.
Access doors on all four sides were each flanked by guard towers. The commanding officer was positioned in the middle of the camp, giving him a clear view of the troops and the main gate.
That seems like a bad idea, though.
Along with sleeping barracks for the soldiers, the fort also had a granary that was expected to hold rations for a year or longer. To ensure the health of the soldiers, every camp was equipped with medical staff and a hospital. A clean water supply with conduits for a bathhouse and latrines was included in the construction of every fort.
All right. Let's go down to Siwa.
Welcome to the Katara Depression. The Katara Depression is located in the northwest part of Egypt. Reaching 18,000 square kilometers, the basin is 133 meters below sea level and covered with salt. It is the second lowest point in Africa, after the Afar Depression.
Wow.
The climate is very arid, with average temperatures reaching 36 degrees Celsius.
Jeez.
The famous Siwa Oasis is located on the protected southwestern region. Today, the Katara Depression is utilized for oil exploration.
All right, we'll do these.
Welcome to Osiris, the first mummy. The oldest mummies recovered date from the Old Kingdom, though Egyptologists believe that mummification was in use much earlier than that. At first, the body was mummified through environmental desiccation, by leveraging the dryness of the environment and the heat of the climate. Early experimentations in mummification were conducted with the use of resin made from tree sap. Strips of linen were only used on some superficial parts of the epidermis of the hands or jaw. Ideologically, the will to preserve the body is not explained in any way until 3600 BCE.
Why?
This is when the Egyptian belief that the body housed the soul was finally documented for modern Egyptologists to eventually decipher. It was not until the arrival of the myth of Osiris in the Egyptian religion around the 5th dynasty that mummification was thoroughly conceptualized. The practice was thereafter grounded in both a mythological and ideological point of view. Osiris was mainly known as the god of the dead and the god of resurrection. The most well-known Genesis myth concerning Osiris is that of his dismemberment. It is Plutarch who gives the most simplified and complete summary of the story. Within Egyptian mythology, Osiris represented the first king to rule Egypt.
Okay.
Jealous of his power, his brother Seth attempted to usurp his throne. After several unsuccessful attempts, Seth succeeded in killing his brother by dismembering him and scattering the pieces of his body all over Egypt. Isit, the great of magic, traveled all over Egypt in search of the pieces of her husband's body. After a long search, she recovered all the pieces save for his manhood, as it was eaten by a fish.
His dick was eaten by a fish.
Iset then reassembled the body of her husband by binding it together with strips of linen. Aided by her sister Nephthys, another powerful magician, they gave Osiris the breath of life. This not only brought him back from the dead, but also allowed him to recover his virility long enough to impregnate Iset, thus ensuring his succession before, once more, dying. Thus Horus was born.
What the crap did I just hear? Are you telling me that a zombie banged a woman and made a bird? What the crap? Why am I learning these things?
The ritual used to bring Osiris back to life essentially depicts how he became the first mummy. It is why, on the sarcophagi of kings, we often find Iset and Nephthys represented as the magicians who restore life to the deceased.
Is that actually what I'm hearing? Or am I hearing, or am I like looking into this wrong?
Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyphs. Hieroglyphics were used as sacred writing, appearing on monuments, statues, and sacred papyrus texts. The earliest symbols that resemble hieroglyphs were on pottery dating back to 4000 BCE. This stylized form of signs and drawings was the only writing used from its ancient origins to the end of pharaonic history. Ancient Egyptians referred to hieroglyphs as the writing of the gods. Considered a difficult language, it was intended for pharaohs, nobility, and priests, and meant to be used in ceremonies, within tombs, and for government records. Since few Egyptians were able to read the ancient hieroglyphs, the mythological aura around the language was persistent, even in their own culture.
Fascinating.
The structure of hieroglyphs offers insight into Egyptian culture, not just in what the translations say, but in the structure of the symbols themselves. They were found on tomb walls, on sarcophagi, on statues, and on pottery, and were meticulously recorded in countless ancient papyri. In many temples, priests would perform rituals and daily offerings. These were accompanied by hieroglyphs used as spells. In tomb paintings, the hieroglyphs are represented with formulas to recite. These spoken words were meant to be spells which would allow the deceased to benefit from the offerings for all eternity. Spells and offerings were also written for the living, to enhance medicines and cure illnesses. The most famous of ancient Egyptian documents is the Book of the Dead.
Yep.
Written in hieroglyphs and hieratic texts, it depicts important spells and rituals. These spells were intended to ensure a smooth transition from life to death and allow the deceased to safely navigate the perils of the afterlife.
I wish I could read hieroglyphics. They look cool.
Even after it was deciphered, the reading of hieroglyphs remained difficult at times due to the many directions in which they can be read. Depending on the orientation of the signs, hieroglyphs can be read left to right, right to left, horizontally or vertically, though never bottom to top. A clue on which way to read is to first notice which direction the figurative signs are facing. If a pictogram is looking to the right, then the reader is meant to start from the right and read towards the figure. Column text on a papyrus begins from the right, then goes top to bottom for each column.
So, we're reading right to left, but up to down. So it'd be like that, that.
Text written on tomb walls resembles the structure of a page from a comic book. The text can be placed in front, behind, or above the character, and its symbols look in the same direction as the character. Another clue is that the name of a god or hieroglyphs meaning gods or kings are always written before the descriptive text. Compared to alphabetical languages, Egyptian hieroglyphs have more symbols. Confronted with the absence of vowels, the Egyptians invented a category of signs. When placed at the end of words, these signs help inform its meaning. For instance, a drawing of a lion will refer to a lion and also relate to the abstract concept of a lion as something dangerous or powerful.
Oh my god.
Middle Egyptian hieroglyphs contained a little more than 700 signs. By the end of the Greco-Roman period, there were 10,000 signs. Egyptologist Sir Alan Gardner created a list classifying common hieroglyphic signs and their variants.
Jesus Christ.
Ancient Egyptian languages have many similarities with Asian and African languages. They have evolved in similar ways to the various forms of written Egyptian. These languages belong to the Hamito-Semitic group. There were 5 clear evolutions in the Egyptian language, each with their own distinctive structure. These languages are known as Old Egyptian, Middle Egyptian, Late Egyptian, Demotic, and Coptic. Coptic is the only living language that allows linguists to define the vowel structure and to distinguish different dialects. While hieroglyphs and hieratic script give us an idea as to how the ancient Egyptian language was structured and written, the way it was spoken is still up for debate. The team opted for English as the spoken language, with the characters using ancient Egyptian and Greek words and accents. The language that is spoken in the background by the crowds is largely based on Sir Alan Gardner's Egyptian grammar. To help resurrect a dead language, we consulted Egyptologists and dialogue coaches to establish our target sound, and cast actors with Arabic, Hebraic, and African backgrounds to bring the game to life.
Why is there a flamingo in here?
After Alexander the Great's arrival in Egypt and the establishment of his reign, Greek became the language used by the governing bodies. The inability to read hieroglyphs caused resentment among the Greek population. It's from this tension that the Rosetta Stone was created. The spread of Christianity ended pharaonic culture and resulted in the destruction of its pagan monuments. This also marked the end of hieroglyphic writing and understanding.
That's sad.
Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Medicine. Evidence of advanced medical procedures have been found on mummies, and ancient Egyptians left detailed medical writings from diagnosis to follow-up treatment. One of the oldest known surgical studies is the Edwin Smith Papyrus. It's one of the first documents in history that notes an association between the integrity of the brain and cognitive functions, including cases of ocular complications and paralysis following head trauma. Vinegar-treated marble stone from Memphis was used as an anesthetic.
I don't think that would help.
Another similar document, the Ebers Medical Papyrus, is over 20 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. It details treatments of 48 surgical cases and contains 877 paragraphs describing various diseases. Alongside accurate and factual scientific approaches, the papyrus has more than 700 magic formulas and incantations to ward off demons and disease. This demonstrates how ancient Egyptians believed in a harmonious balance between religion and science. Remedies were considered as medicine and carried by doctors and priests. Village doctors often had another job alongside their medical duties and the preparation of medicines. A cure for blindness was made of fermented honey, ochre, and coal. The science behind it was that honey functioned as an antiseptic and antibacterial, while ochre would reduce the swelling. All of their knowledge did not always suffice. Ramses II died of an infection caused by an abscessed tooth.
Tooth problem. Those are serious sometimes. They get real bad.
Welcome to Siwa.
Yep, this is Siwa.
The Siwa Oasis is in the western desert of Egypt. Geographically, the Siwan Oasis is located in a depression 20 meters below sea level. Its natural springs and warm climate aided in the bountiful production of date trees. Though clearly influenced to some degree by Egyptian and African culture, the area's isolation resulted in a unique society and language. While they worshipped the same deities, Siwan temple architecture differed from traditional Egyptian temples.
Siwans were a bit different.
Old Kingdom Egyptians referred to the oasis as cauldron, due to its unique geographical structure. Oases were crucial for nomadic tribes and caravans. Without them, there was no chance of survival in an otherwise harsh landscape. As such, oases quickly became hubs for trade, as well as areas of political control. Because of the dry climate, there is very little rainfall to sustain the oases. Instead, underground rivers flood the natural basins. Since many oases have a north-south orientation parallel to the Nile, some geologists suggest they were once tributaries of the mighty river. There is evidence that ancient Egyptians attempted to create some oases.
Did they succeed, though? I assume probably not.
The Libyan oases are the best known, as they are geographically and culturally linked to the Nile Valley and the Delta. These western oases have a distinct geology from the other regions of Egypt. The most famous and important oases are Karga, Dakhla, Farafra, Baharia, and Siwa.
I think I went to each one of those in game. We'll probably call it after I finish Siwa. I might come back to this after a little bit, but I don't know.
The Spring of the Sun
as
is
well.
one of many thermal sources in Siwa, with the particularity that Cleopatra would have bathed in this one, giving it its name. The presence of the source beneath was attested already by Herodotus during the 5th century BCE, when the oasis was called Amuneion by the Greeks of Cyrene. Oracles predicted the future, delivered omens that could be more or less obscure, and offered divine guidance. The Siwan Oracle was considered one of the 3 greatest of the ancient world, alongside the oracles of Delphi and Dodoni. Because of the Greek colonies in Cyrenaica, the temple associated Zeus with the worship of Ammon. It is no wonder that Alexander the Great made the perilous journey to Siwa in order to consult the oracle, emulating the actions of mythical heroes such as Hercules and Perseus. This action earned the approval of the oracle, who validated his claim as Pharaoh of Egypt. He was confirmed as the son of Ammon, conferring upon him the most legitimate claim to date of all Egypt's foreign invaders.
I have no idea what that means. He basically asked, am I related to him? And she was all like, let me ask the gods.
The powerful and the rich would send gifts or travel great distances in order to ensure their good fortune by gaining the blessing of the Oracle of Siwa. Every successful blessing only increased the soothsayer's prestige. Runner Eubotus, a famous citizen of Cyrene, consulted the oracle in order to know if he would win the 93rd Olympic Games race in 408 BCE. He did, enhancing the standing of the Siwan Oracle in the process.
Whoa!
The Temple of the Oracle of Ammon was built in the 6th century BCE by Pharaoh Amasis. In the game, its entrance is guarded by ram-headed sphinxes, the animal representing Ammon. They were inspired by similar statuary located at the British Museum. Another option would have a Greek-influenced representation of Zeus Ammon, a human-headed sphinx with horns. This representation of Zeus Ammon was very popular in Siwa.
Nice. Alright, we finished Siwa. We have a whole bunch more to go through. Learn about the desert. Sure, why not?
Welcome to Deserts of Egypt.
Whoa.
Reaching out on either side of the lush Nile are the harsh, arid Western Desert and the mountainous Eastern Desert. They cover nearly 94% of Egypt. Each of these parent deserts have their own microclimate and contain several smaller deserts with a distinctive fauna and flora. Whale fossils were discovered within the depths of the Sahara. Known as the Valley of the Whales, this location is evidence of the seas which once covered the area.
The Valley of the Whales. Poor whales.
Whoa.
The White Desert in the northeast of the Sahara owes its name to its white limestone soil, contrasting with the yellow sand. The wind has eroded the rocks of the White Desert into stone mushrooms, the most famous of which is referred to as the Finger of God.
Whoa.
The Great Sand Sea is a large unbroken desert that reaches out through western Egypt and eastern Libya. It is home to a unique geological formation known as Libyan silica glass. The pale yellowish-green material ranges from pebble-sized fragments to glass rocks the size of rough boulders.
What the crap?
Whoa.
Welcome to Domesticated Animals of Ancient Egypt. Agriculture and domesticated livestock were introduced 6,000 years ago. Archaeologists have found traces of cattle, donkeys, pigs, and dogs. Dromedary are thought to have been introduced during the Persian invasion.
Bwee.
Pets were deeply cherished in ancient Egypt. Many illustrations of children often include a pet in the depiction.
Most kids would have pets.
One of ancient Egypt's most iconic animals, the cat, wasn't adopted into their daily life until the Middle Kingdom. Since they were so highly capable of killing snakes and rodents, cats were present throughout every period. However, they only became pets sometime during the Middle Kingdom.
This cat! What's
Prince
going
Thutmose,
on?
son of Amenhotep III, had his cat Ta-Mew laid to rest in its own sarcophagi.
Ta-Mew? That's adorable. Look at this cat. Oh, doggo.
The earliest reference to dogs dates back to 5000 BCE. They were popular pets, as they helped hunters and protected herds. They were closely linked to Anubis, the jackal-headed god. Baboons, monkeys, and even falcons were tamed as pets. Each was mummified and buried with as much ceremony as any family member.
I would hope so. Look at this doggo. Who would not want to respect him in the highest standard? No. Alright, we're gonna call it for now. Thank you all for coming today. I will be back later with I'm not sure what, but I will see you all then. We might do this one more time just to try and finish these and then, you know, finally be done with the game. I will see you all later. Bye, everyone.